Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind you to fill in registration form that has been sent by the committee in the chat room.
explanation this?
All participants are expected to register on the links provided in the chat room. For today's event, allow us to read the rules. First, all participants are suggested to use the name format, namely participant underscore name. For example, participant underscore Andra.
Second, all participants are suggested to activate the camera and use the virtual background that has been sent by the committee. Third, when you want to ask, please use raise hand feature, then activate the microphone after get the permission.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
We are delighted to meet you again in the Zoom virtual hall for the second day. And also, we would like to thank to the government of South Kalimantan and thank to all sponsorship and media partners who have supported the success of today's event.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Muhammad Ilinatif Malik, and my partner here
Andra Berliana Maharani
as the master of ceremony for today's event. Proudly present the second International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research with the theme Research and Technology Updates in Civil and Environmental Research to Support Sustainable
Development, hosted by
the School of Civil Engineering University, co-host by
Cebu Technological
University College of Engineering, Philippines, Tuesday, 25th of October, 2022. The series of our events today are as follows. First, opening.
Second, main event, the International Symposium and Paper Session.
Third, announcement of the best presenter.
Fourth, closing speech.
Fifth, and will be ended by closings. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the main agenda, which is the last session of International Symposium that will be led by our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Afif Ma'ruf, STMT. Before that, let us read the curriculum vitae from Mr. Muhammad Afif Ma'ruf.
Muhammad Afif Ma'ruf was born in Banjarmasin on October 31st, 1984. Ma'ruf received the bachelor degree in civil engineering from University of Brawijaya in 2008 and the master degree in geotechnical engineering from Institut Teknologi 10 November in 2012. He has been a lecturer in civil engineering study program, University of Lampung Mangkurat since 2008. His current research interest is about the traditional foundation form of Borneo, which is called kaca puri, while the previous research interest mostly about pit soil stabilization on a laboratory level. Mr. Ma'ruf also joins the Indonesian Soil Engineering Association called HAPTI as the secretary of South Borneo branch and a national member itself. His latest work as an international conference committee is at the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Built Environment called ICSBE. That's all the curriculum vitae of our moderator. We would like to kindly invite our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Afif Ma'ruf. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the committee, especially for the Master of Ceremony team. Good morning, all ladies and gentlemen. We meet again in the second day of Second International Symposium is CCR. In this session, I will be the moderator for the first session in this morning for our invited speaker, the Honorable Dr. London Ocampo. We see Dr. London is already here in the Zoom. Good morning, Dr. London. Thank you very much for having us today. Before we start the session, I would like to read the short resume of Dr. London Ocampo. The curriculum vitae of Dr. London Ocampo is an associate professor in the Department of Industrial Engineering and the founding director of the Center of Applied Mathematics and Operation Research at Cebu Technological University of Philippines. He received his PhD in Industrial Engineering from De La Salle University in Philippines and his Master Engineering and Bachelor cum laude degrees in Industrial Engineering as well as MSc degree in Mathematics from the University of San Carlos, Philippines. Dr. London Ocampo has authored over 130 international peer-reviewed journal papers, which 116 of them are indexed in Scopus database, and has presented papers at over 13 research conferences. His research interests include multi-attribute decision-making, problem structuring, and uncertainty modeling. This is a very, very incredible achievement by Dr. London Ocampo. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome our honorable invited speaker, Dr. London Ocampo, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And I think this is my first time joining this conference on civil engineering and environmental research. Although I am not really a civil engineer and I don't have a formal education in civil engineering, I hope I can discuss with you an analytical framework that could be related to the civil engineering discipline. So I will now start sharing my presentation.
Yes, please.
Okay, now can you now see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. It's already visible. Please,
Okay.
Dr. London, the time is yours.
Okay, so I'm London Ocampo from the Center for Applied Mathematics and Operations Research at Cebu Technological University. For today, I will be discussing this presentation about quantifying the impact of risk in interdependent infrastructures as an input to resilience efforts. Okay. So I think this is already presented in the introduction. My research interests are on multi-attribute decision making, problem structuring, decision science, and uncertainty modeling. So my team is doing some computational frameworks and designing some computational frameworks to understand various decision and evaluation problems. So this is my brief background. And then this is our university, Cebu Technological University. We are at around I think we are at around 20, rank number 20 to 30 in the Philippines. So we are a publicly funded university, and we have this Scopus profile. Right now we have around 260 plus publications in Scopus, and this is also our journal, the Journal of Agriculture and Technology Management. Right now, we are still applying for Scopus indexing. So this journal is not yet indexed in Scopus. So for this morning, I will be discussing two important points. One is the input-output systems, and then the other one is some useful reflections of these systems. Okay, so we start with discussing. Wait, there are some technical difficulties, I think. Yeah, can you properly view my screen, or there's something that is not right here?
Okay, the committee, can you please help share Dr. London's presentation, please? Just a moment, Dr. London.
Yes, yes. Sana po. Okay, Paul.
Excuse me, Ms. Ade, Mr. Irfan. Can some of the committee please help share Dr. London's presentation?
Please wait a moment, okay, Mr. Afif, we will solve the problem. Hello, Mr. Afif, can you hear my voice?
Yes, okay,
Okay,
please.
please wait a moment, okay?
Okay, thank you. Okay, the screen is already visible, Dr. London.
Yes, okay. I think
You may
the
proceed, okay,
problem
yeah.
is now solved. Yes, I think the problem is now solved.
Yes, please.
So may I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we have these systems, and we are facing with we are facing with systems in our daily lives, like economic sector, supply chain, production systems. We are all having these systems, and what do these systems have in common? These systems are interdependent. So if one infrastructure or one component of these systems are disrupted, then we can expect that those disruptions will ripple in other components of the system. So we have this concept of a rippling effect. Okay, so there's this concept of rippling effect across the system. So when when one component of the system is disrupted, then we can expect that because of the interdependencies of the components of such a system, then we can expect that those subcomponents will have their own disruptions. And this talk will try now to quantify what will happen if one infrastructure of a system is disrupted. What will happen to other infrastructures? So let's say, for example, the September 11 attack in 2001 in the US. The attack happened in the Twin Towers, and then but we can see the ripple impacts of such attacks in tourism sector, in building infrastructures, in transportation sector, and all other sectors, including manufacturing, agriculture, and all other sectors of the economy. So we want now to understand what will happen if one infrastructure is damaged. What will happen to other infrastructures? So we have this concept of resiliency, and we define resiliency as the ability or capability of a system to absorb or caution against damage or loss. So we want to enhance resiliency by means of one, expediting restoration of the damage capability, or using an existing backup capability, or conservation of inputs to compensate for supply shortfalls, or substitution of inputs, or shifting of production locations. So for instance, in building resiliency, we want to see that the restoration of the damaged buildings or damaged infrastructures should be minimum as much as possible, so that we can all go back to normalcy. So that's basically the concept of resiliency. Now we are going now to tackle this stream of research works known as input-output systems. The input-output systems or techniques were developed by Leonte for the rigorous analysis of interactions of interconnected economic sectors. Okay. And there are several extensions of the economic IO models for analyzing complex systems. One is the industrial metabolism in industrial ecosystems that published by Duchin in 1992. And there's also this concept of natural ecosystems, structural modeling of these systems by Hannon. So what is the background of the input-output system? The framework was again developed by Wassily Leonte, who won the Economic Sciences Prize in 1973. Okay, and the idea is that the economy composed of several subsectors, okay, are modeled in such a way that the transaction of one component of the economy or one sector of the economy is modeled across the entire economy. For example, the output of the transportation sector will be used by the hotel industry, okay, and then the output of the hotel industry will be used again by the transportation sector, and then the transportation sector's output will be used by another sector. So we can view the economy as an interdependent system, which is a complex system. So Leontief in 1973 was awarded for the analysis of such a complex interdependent system. So basically, this is the framework. we have on the left we have the subsectors, okay, and on the column we have also the subsectors, and the column sum represents the total supply or the supply the account or the volume or the quantity that particular sector is using. So that's the total quantity that particular sector is using from the outputs of all other sectors. And then the row sum represents the total output of a row sector. So let's say, for example, just imagine transportation sector is supplying outputs to all other sectors. So the row sum represents the total output of the sector. Okay, and we have this exogenous demand. Okay, this exogenous demand is actually the demand or the requirement of the non-producing sector of the economy. So this is the market. So if the market, let's say, for example, the market wants 1 million cars, then the transportation sector and all other sectors will produce something, okay, to achieve the demand requirement. So if you're going to sum the exogenous demand, okay, and then the inter-industry demand, then you can come up with a total output of such a sector. So this is the generalized input-output table, and each country is monitoring such a table. In the Philippines, we are producing it like in every 6 years. So there was an input-output table released in 2006, and then 2012, and then 2018. I think so. There will be an IO table in 2024. I don't know with Indonesia and in the rest of the ASEAN regarding their input-output tables. Okay, so before we proceed with the necessary computations of such IO systems, we're going to recall ourselves with a discussion of some useful reflections of some computation. So we define a matrix as this. This is a this is a space, this is a vector space. And then some elementary discussions on matrices and on linear algebra. We have matrix addition, and then we have also scalar multiplication of matrices. Then we have also matrix subtraction, which is just related to matrix addition. And then there's also this concept of matrix multiplication. And then some rules in multiplying matrices, and then some properties of matrix addition and matrix multiplication. Then we have also this concept of the inverse of a matrix, which is very useful in the I/O systems, in the computations of the I/O systems. And then there are also properties of inverse matrices in relation to the original matrix. And then we have also this concept of systems of equations, and these equations having unique solutions. Later on, we can appreciate all of this background in the solution of the I/O systems. So then we have this concept of non-homogeneous linear system. So we have this in the I/O system, the x vector. Okay, the x vector represents the total output of the components of a system. So for example, we are analyzing the subsectors of the economy. Then the x vector represents the total output of each sector of the economy. And then the A matrix, okay, which is in the I/O system, this is a square matrix, so that if some rules are some rules of accounting are applied, then the system contains an inverse, or the matrix A has an inverse. So, and then matrix A in the I/O system represents the transactions of the economy, or the transactions, the input and output transactions of the components of such a particular system. Then if we are going to do some matrix multiplication, then matrix B represents the final demand of such a system. So the idea is that if your I/O system can be treated as a linear system. So the 1973 prize of Wassily Leontief is actually a linear system, a solution of a linear system, in which the linear system or the economy is modeled as a linear system. So we say that this X here represents the total output. Then we say that the total output is just the sum of the inter-industry output, which is the interdependency of the system, plus the quantity of the final demand. Okay, and your inter-industry output, okay, is dependent on the total output. So let's say, for example, we say we are producing 1 million cars. Then we expect that the tire industry must be supplying 4 times 1 million. That's 4 million tires. Okay, so that's basically the concept behind the AX notation there. And then since A has an inverse, then we can compute for the total output of the system, or the total output of each component of a system, by way of this matrix manipulation. And this single equation there is the Nobel Prize winning equation in the economic sciences. And the inverse, the I minus A inverse, is known as the Leontief inverse. Okay, and later on I will be discussing about this inverse. So there are several uses of the input-output models. One, the primary use as what Wassily Leontief demonstrated in the 1950s is on the economic analysis and forecasting of systems, economic systems. And then the IO model is also used for enterprise level modeling, the analysis of nutrient flows in a natural ecosystem, then the analysis of industrial metabolism in industrial ecology, and then life cycle assessment, ecological footprints, and then the analysis of dynamics of energy supply chain. And then lastly, this is used for inoperability risk analysis for disasters. And this is the specific application that I will be discussing today. So the primary journal article that this particular framework in risk analysis is into was published by Hames and Jung in 2001, and this is published in the Journal of Infrastructure Systems. This paper is a highly cited article, and this won a prize as one of the important contributions in risk analysis. And the idea is to use the Leontief-based model, the IO system, in analyzing risk in complex interconnected infrastructures. Okay, and in 2004, a Filipino who was then a PhD student at the University of Virginia published considered as one of the most important accomplishments in risk analysis in 1980 to 2010, and this is the use of the IO model in analyzing risk that is associated with interconnected infrastructures. And I think the application there was on the September 11 attack. Okay, so we have this article, and we will now dissect the concepts of the article. They have this idea of risk and inoperability. Okay, and when we say risk, we want to try to analyze the concept of risk from a systems perspective. So we say that for instance, there's a natural disaster striking, let's say, for example, one component of or one place, and then because of the interconnections between geographical locations in terms of transactions, economic transactions, or because of logistics transactions, then a disruption in one area, one geographical location, let's say this is the hub, this is a logistics hub, will have a ripple effect on other locations via the transactions, via the logistics transactions. So let's say the Philippines is supplying this coal, this copper mine, copper products to the rest of the ASEAN. If there's a disruption in such mining industry, we have such a huge mining industry in the eastern part of the Philippines, and that's one of the largest copper mining industry in the ASEAN and in Asia, the copper smelting. So if there's a disruption there caused by a natural calamity, then we expect that there will be a disruption to other parts. Okay, in terms of increase in prices due to limited supply, or there could be some impacts that could be happening somewhere in the world because of such an impact. So we can say that risk now should be viewed as a system, meaning the impact of such risk will have an impact to other places in which the natural or the initial impact has not yet occurred. So we have to view such risk from that perspective. So that's why the IO model and then the IO system proposed by Hames and Jung is really an attractive methodology to analyze risk of interconnected infrastructures. And then there are several applications like in natural calamities, malicious attacks, and then accidents, okay, in such a system. So the Hames and Jung paper defined inoperability as the inability of the system to perform its intended function. So say, for example, there's a planned construction of, let's say, for instance, there's a planned construction of 500 building infrastructures. Okay. Now, because of this war that is happening in in Europe, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine, then such a war causes the increase in prices of oil. Okay, and in effect, then it has some catastrophic effects on the prices of materials, building materials. So your planned 500 buildings or 500 building infrastructures will now be disrupted. So instead of the economy producing 500 buildings because of such catastrophic and man-made disruption, then your 500 will be now lowered to, let's say, 400. So there's a disruption, and that difference is known as the inoperability. Okay. Later in my discussion, there's this concept of inoperability index that would now be used to analyze what will happen, or to analyze or quantify the impact of a disruption to other parts of the system. So the basic computational framework is this. Q is the inoperability index, normalized from 0 to 1. And if the value goes to 1, closer to 1, then that means there's a higher degree of inoperability. Then 0 means zero inoperability, or no inoperability. Then via the Leontief IO model, we can compute for the final inoperability by way of this equation. Okay, the first equation, the Q is equal to A asterisk Q C. And then the values there, the C is the final demand. Okay, let's say, for example, you are planning to construct 500 buildings. And then the A asterisk there represents the proportion of the system, the proportion of the outputs of the sector in relation to planned outputs. So the Santos and Hames journal article in 2004 represents a demand side loss. So what is a demand side loss? It is a loss that is driven by the reduction of demand. So let's say, for example, the September 11 attack, due to that attack, there's a reduction of the demand for the transportation sector. Of course, because people having fear to travel will not fly will not be consuming the output of the air transport sector. In that case, since there's a disruption in the transportation sector, we expect that the demand of such a sector will be reduced. So there's a demand reduction. And this demand reduction will have ripple effects to other sectors, like because there are no more tourists coming in the US, then we can expect that hotels are also having this demand reduction. Okay, so we can expect such a complex view. And if there are no more hotels that are opening due to reduced demand, then we can also say that those outputs from the agriculture sector will have also this demand reduction, because you cannot supply to hotels because hotels are having reduced demand. So we can view such a concept from that perspective. And then there's also what we call a supply side loss, which is based on the Leung et al. 2007 paper. This supply side loss is the result of a supply disruption. So let's say the agriculture sector, let's say for example, sugarcane sector is reduced, is struck by a natural disaster. Then we can expect that the sugar, because of the disruption in the sugarcane industry, let's say one huge plantation is disrupted, and there are limited options for other suppliers. Then we can expect that there's a reduction of supply, and if there's a reduction of supply, given that demand is constant, then we can expect from economics that there's an increase in prices. So that increase in prices will have ripple effects in increase in other commodities. Okay, and the increase in sugarcane, as what others have demonstrated, will have an increase in the prices of building materials by way of the transactions in the economy. So while at first the prices of sugar increases because of the transactions in the economy, then we can also expect an increase in the prices of building materials, and that degree of increase, the quantity of increase, is dependent on how the system, how the economy is being interlocked or being interdependent. So let's say, for example, the Philippine, it has used such a concept of the IO model in a 3x3 economic sector in the Philippines. So this is just an example, but this is an actual data in 2000. Let's say we have three sectors of the economy. We have agriculture, industry, services, and then the yellow matrix represents the transactions of these three sectors, and then in the blue, this vector here represents the total output of these three sectors. Now, question: what will happen, or what are the consequences of an initial perturbation corresponding to 0.10 inoperability of the service sector? Let's say there's a final demand drop by 10% relative to the total output of the sector, of the service sector. So by way of the computations of the IO model, which is just a system of linear equations, and we can implement such computations in Excel. Then initially there's a 10% reduction of the final output of this sector, services sector. But because of these interdependencies, we can expect that there will be a final inoperability of 12%, and all other sectors that were not initially disrupted will have now their final inoperability. So we say that because of these interdependent sectors, then the degree of their interdependencies will have impact, will now amplify, okay, the risk associated in a system. So and right now we are in a world, and we are in a global economy that is highly interdependent. So one increase in price in one commodity in one part of the world will have an impact in the Far East. Okay, so this is really a good model to now systematically analyze the impact of risk of such particular disaster, or whether natural or a man-made disaster. So there's a paper published by Leung in that analyzes the impact of a 6% loss of electricity output in the Philippines, and with such 6% loss, then in relation to other sectors of the economy, the mining and quarrying will have huge impact, and all other sectors will also have impact, but the one with the highest impact is the mining and quarrying sector. So we apply this particular model in a few of our published papers in the past. We have this paper in the Journal of Manufacturing Systems. We have also this paper in the Advances in Production Engineering and Management. Then we have also this paper in Management and Production Engineering Review, and in the International Journal of Management and Decision Making. So these are my previous undergraduate students and staff working on these papers on risk analysis in interdependent sectors. And first, we apply such a model in production processes. Let's say you can just imagine the production of, let's say, production of iron bars, for example. So the production of iron bars will have this series of steps, and these steps will have inputs and outputs to other steps in the process. So the disruption of one particular process in the production system will have an impact on the entire production system. And this paper provides a computational framework that systematically analyzes the impact, the systemic impact of such disruption throughout the production system. Then another one, we have also this this application, which is a supply side input output modeling in manufacturing systems. Let's say there's an increase in prices, let's say in oil, in that is used to produce cement, for example. Just imagine in the production of cement, production of cement, you're using energy, and in my country, the Philippines, we are still dependent on coal. Then you can just imagine the increase of such prices due to that particular increase in the production of coal, or in prices in oil. And then we have also this problem on solving a disruption brought about by let's say a lag ban, a lagging ban, and then there's also a production or a disruption caused by labor costs, increase in labor costs. What will happen to the final output of, let's say, a production system if there's this kind of disruptions? So we were able to demonstrate that the IO model can be used to analyze the total systemic impact of such kinds of disruptions. And then, we also have this paper that analyzes interdependent manufacturing systems based from supply disruption. This is related to our previous article. And then we were also able to analyze a scenario in which the uncertainty of a system has some degree of uncertainty, or the transactions of a system has some degree of uncertainty. So what will happen if that is the case? So we're able to publish an article on that, in which the transactions of one component of a system are now modeled using fuzzy sets, and we're able to demonstrate such kind of computations. Okay, and again, this is my research team, and we have this idea of fuzzy set theory developed by Zadi in 1965, and this definition, which is a mapping of a set to a closed set from 0 to 1, and a special case of a fuzzy set is this triangular fuzzy set, or triangular fuzzy number, in which you have this mapping, which is a membership function mapping that forms a triangle. So we have two parts. This is the left-hand side mapping. This is modeled by a function, and then the other function is also modeled, or this relation is also modeled by another function, which is a linear function, and then some properties or some operations of fuzzy sets. And then, so we have this proposed model on how to analyze the transactions, or how to analyze IIM from the perspective of transactions that are modeled using fuzzy sets. Then we have this modeling, and then the series of steps, conceptual modeling, and then we're able to establish some important contributions on such field, and then we can compute for the perturbations, or the supply side inoperability or demand side inoperability based on those results. And we apply that case to a supply chain risk analysis. So we have this transactions table, which are modeled in fuzzy sets, and then using our series of remarks and series of results, we can come up with a vector. This is the P vector. Given an initial inoperability Y, we can compute for the total inoperability of a system. So, and then we also model this concept of a dynamic inoperability over time. So, let's say, for instance, the earthquake that happened in central Philippines in 2000, I think it's in 2013, and then there's also an earthquake, a huge earthquake in 2011. Then there are damaged infrastructures. Then such damaged infrastructures, buildings, for example, of course, they cause a disruption to the entire economy, and then the rebuilding of those damaged infrastructures takes time. Okay, now we can model such inoperability by way of a negative exponential function that will now give decision makers or policy makers an idea on the disruption across time. Okay, so we were able to come up some results. Let's say, for example, we modeled a food supplement manufacturing supply chain, and then we can compute for the certain figures. Let's say we can compute for the inoperability of certain sectors. Okay, in the first day or first few weeks of the disruption, there's a higher degree of disruption, and then because of the system resiliency or the activities, the restoration activities, then the disruption will go down across time. Then there's also, we can also model production loss across time. And then in 2019, we're able to come up with a journal article that can compute or that can model a particular scenario in which the inventory is placed in a particular component of a system. Let's say for instance, there's a disruption in the manufacturing of let's say cement. But just imagine that cement manufacturing firms are now building up inventories, so that a 1 week disruption will have a little impact on the entire supply chain. So we want now to determine what particular inventory level that should be there, that should be established, okay, so that the impact on the entire system will be minimal. So with my team in 2019, we're able to come up with such modeling. Okay, and this is our team, and then we have this a series of computations. This is actually a dynamic inoperability modeling, but with the inputs of inventory. So, okay, this is our example. Because of the inventory, the reduction of such systems, okay, reductions of such systems are not as much as with no inventory. Okay, we were able to demonstrate in this paper such kind of results. Okay, and then we were able to determine in this paper we were able to determine the required level of inventory so that the disruption is minimal across the system. Okay, so there are several applications of the IO model in different scenarios, different risk-related events. One example is the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. So there are some papers that use IO models in modeling, in understanding the impact of the pandemic across sectors, and then we can also view, like in late 2020 and then the early part of 2021, there are some papers that investigate the impact of antivirals or the impact of the inventories of vaccines and antivirals so that the disruption across the economy is minimal. Then there were also they are able to model the transactions of the supply chain so that the disruption is minimal. And the earthquake in the earthquake in the Philippines, there's also a paper that was published using IO modeling in modeling the disruption of such earthquakes. So there are some open questions, such as applying dynamic inoperability involving time, incorporating shock absorption index and vulnerability index in the proposed framework that will now capture the vulnerability of, let's say, a certain infrastructure to risk-related events. And then we can also put into account the let's say the shock absorption capabilities in terms of inventory or in terms of some measures and mitigation efforts of the government. Then we can also use the IO model in modeling such a system. So I think that's all for my talk, and thank you and good morning once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Langdon, for such elaborate explanation about the input-output systems. Actually, in civil engineering, this is very strong related to the traffic engineering. So we have demand, and also we have the generation model of the place itself. And it depends on the infrastructures also and the behavior of the people itself. This what's the, maybe you call it the disruptive event, come from, in which our case comes from the behavior of the people. We cannot predict it. Okay. Thank you very much for such elaborate explanation. Okay, time for the question and answer session. If any of the participants would like to ask, please write down your question, or if you want to ask directly, may raise your hand, please. Okay. Maybe as an opening discussion, I would like to ask, oh yeah, sorry, thank you. This is one question from Muhammad Naufal Rahmani, University of Lambung Mangkurat. I would like to read it for Dr. Langdon. The question is from Mr. Naufal: has the Leontief input-output model been used in any country, and in what sector? Is it only in economic sector, or can we use it on different sector? Thank you.
Okay. If you're going to search in Google Scholar or search in Scopus, search IO model or the Leontief IO model, we can see a lot of applications of such model in different domains. Okay, and there are countries, and there are, of course, these are just proof of concepts. The IO modeling or the IO risk modeling should be used as a guide to make informed decisions. So let's say, for example, um, we can simulate a scenario in which, let's say 2 days ago or just yesterday, there's an airplane that I think it's Korean Air in the news. In our airport here in Cebu, Philippines, there's a Korean Air plane that overtook the runway, and it disrupted the entire day. I think it was revived, or the operations of the airport were back to normalcy. I think just few hours ago. So you can see the impact of such particular event, and calculate what will happen if there are canceled flights and delayed flights. We can compute using the IO model. We can compute such disruption across, let's say, prices in hotel, or the demand reduction of hotels caused by such particular disaster. And then we can also compute the reduction of the entire supply chain. Let's say, because of such a disaster, then the logistics, the materials, because flights are canceled, then we can expect that there are delayed inventories, or delayed deliveries of inventories. So we can view such a scenario using the IO modeling. So there are several applications. There's a particular application. I think the Journal of Infrastructure Systems. I think that's published by ISCEER. Am I correct? The American Society of Civil Engineering. The Journal of Infrastructure Systems. That's where you can view a lot of papers on IO modeling that is used in risk analysis. So I think there are several applications on that. I cannot elaborate on specific applications. I'm sure that there are a lot of applications.
Okay, thank you, sir. There is another question in the room chat. Excuse me, sir. I'm Rizal Hanif from Lambung Mangkurat University. One simple question. Can you explain what is the excess of the basic input-output interoperability to enhance economic sector, especially using Leontief input-output mode? Thank you.
Okay. In most cases, the IO model, the IO modeling that is used to analyze risk analysis is used as a way to simulate, let's say, simulate a certain scenario. And from such a scenario, governments and policymakers can build resilience efforts, or can now start to initiate resilience efforts, so that the disruption of such particular disaster in the economy, or in the entire supply chain, or in the entire system, will be minimal. Let's say, for example, we're going to simulate what will happen if there's a typhoon coming, and then the production of rice in Vietnam is perturbed. So what will happen to the entire supply chain of rice? So if by using the IO model, and we can see which particular sector has the most disruptions, then we can put in several efforts, or we can design specific initiatives, so that the impact on that particular sector will be minimal. So it's basically used to guide decision makers and policy makers to design resilience efforts, so that the impact on the entire system or the entire economy will be minimal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Okay, is there any other question, please, to all the participants? We got about maybe another 5 more minutes before the next session. Okay, maybe that's all for this morning. Before we close the session of Dr. London, I would like to state some of the key points from Dr. London. First of all, the input-output system is interdependent system, which is very much related to our daily life. We can apply it in many sectors, almost all sectors, because it is a way to simulate what's the risk analysis, so we can so the government can make the best decision based on those simulation, but not eliminate all the risk. Maybe that's all I can take from the explanation. I would like to again say thank you very much for Dr. London Ocampo for having us this morning. We were very happy you were able to attend this seminar, and we're very looking forward to make the other seminar with you. Okay, thank you very much. We give big
thank you.
applause to Dr. London.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, thank you very much for the invited speaker, Dr. London Ocampo. Well, I would like to move on to the second session of this morning. This session is the keynote speaker speech from Dr. Ing Puguh Budi Prakoso, STMSC. Before we start, I would like to read the short resume of the curriculum vitae of Dr. Ing Puguh Budi Prakoso. Dr. Ing Puguh Budi Prakoso, MSc, was born in Landasan Ulin, July 7, 1981. He is a lecturer at Civil Engineering, Lambung Mangkurat University. He received his doctoral degree from Civil Engineering concentration in Railway Track, Technische Universität München at Munich, and he also received his master degree from Transportation System in Technische Universität München Munich and bachelor degree from Civil Engineering at Lambung Mangkurat University. His current research interest is railway track engineering, road pavement, FEA, and transportation infrastructures. Okay, Dr. Puguh, Dr. Ing Puguh Budi Prakoso, is it already in the room, please?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you, but I can't see your screen, your video.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. Loud and clear. Okay, Dr. Puguh, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Afif Maruf, for the very nice introduction of me. And may I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can view your presentation. You may please start.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Puguh, and I'm a lecturer and head of Laboratory Surveying, Planning, and Geoinformation System in Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. And thank you again for the introduction, very nice introduction. And today, I would like to present about the topic smart traffic infrastructure for urban mobility, which is this is my also research interest, and I think I can skip this part. And also I'm a part of the researchers at the National Center for Sustainable Transportation Technology, and STT is a collaborative research for multidisciplinary topics among different lecturers from different universities, and we are working on the electric vehicular technology. And this is our last meeting before the pandemic in 2019 in Bali. And to start this topic, I would like to discuss first about the challenge in transportation and energy source. Like as we know, transportation sector is the second largest global consumer of energy, and also it contributes high CO2 emission, and only 2/3 of the passenger transportation give contribution the highest for the full use, and only 1/3 for the freight transport. And among that, cars account for half of the energy sector's consumption. Therefore, it is important to implement the analysis of energy efficiency focused on the road transport. However, unfortunately, like the growing of renewable energy usage in the transportation sectors is still slow in the near future. And reducing energy and improving energy efficiency will require general downsizing engine capacities, applying some technology, for instance, turbocharger, and also reduction in the vehicle weight and size. So transportation to renewable energy system is a priority and important for the municipal and national government to facilitate the switch to renewable energy. For instance, using electric rail in transport for public transport, as well as implement the electric vehicle. However, electric vehicles still facing the biggest challenge related to the limitation of the mileage, also the capacity, size, and the weight of the battery, which is the main barrier for the current development. And also due to the fact that the challenge on the electric vehicle, in the infrastructure part, we need to develop a charging system and infrastructure of renewable energy, and also to make the system, transportation system, more effective. Then we can apply also intelligent transportation system, which will be discussed in more detail in this presentation today. And the trends in the future mobility, and namely this part, and the point I marked with the blue and bold color font are the topics related to our research at the moment, namely the bending of the cost curve for electric vehicles, especially defining the suitable traffic infrastructure for electric vehicles, and then intelligent transportation system. At the moment, we are working with the Transport Authority of Jakarta, and smart charging system. It was our research in NCSTT in 2019, and virtual mobility or digital twin technology. This is our current research and the development with the Transport Authority of Jakarta, as well as in the frame of mobility and traffic data related to smart city of Jakarta. So innovation in the mobility will be like mobility as a service, electric and autonomous mobility, traffic management system, augmented reality, intelligent transportation system, and sustainability. However, what we will discuss today, because it's a huge topic about mobility innovation zone, I would like to discuss the item which are related to our research, namely electric mobility, electric vehicle, traffic management system, augmented reality, and intelligent transportation system. First of all, what electric vehicles, some companies, manufacturers of car companies, they have a different strategy for developing the electric vehicles. For instance, here's Toyota, like they develop electric vehicle, which is more to the short distance of mobility, and the long distance they use full self vehicles. And here we can see as well that the electric vehicle advantage regarding to the cost, it's in the crashing range or in the distance, in the short distance, where the long distance crashing range or long distance trip, it's more efficient using the fuel cell vehicles. And this is some types of the electric vehicle developed by some companies. However, the challenge of the electric vehicle is regarding to the distance, driving distance, which is still limited, and also the capacity of the battery. 60% of the cost almost on the battery itself, as well as the challenge in the capacity of the battery. Going for that reason, in the infrastructure part, we have to provide the charging system of electric vehicles. Actually, there are two types in general for charging system of electric vehicle. The conventional one is the plug charging, and the other one is inductive power transfer or IPT charging. This is what we developed in our research together with NCSTT to provide dynamic charging for bus and as well as micromobility and public transport. And the plug charging, it is the conventional one. I think we have more about this system. And extreme fast charging is using the DC quick charger, provides electricity output of 50 to 120 kilowatt hour. And at the moment, Tesla superchargers, we charge electric vehicle up to 80% in 30 minutes. The maximum capacity is 120 kilowatt. And prototype from Porsche and BMW can charge at 450 kilowatt. However, up to date, there is no electric vehicle ready on the road that could currently withstand with that much current. So this is only the prototype at the moment. And there are many development or innovation in the battery capacity as well as using the supercharger, and in the battery part, they are also developing more and also using the different battery materials. This is the charging station of electric vehicles in Indonesia. In 2018, BRIN, or formerly BPPT, launched 2 fast charging stations in Jakarta and Serpong. And this is based on the 100 kilowatt peak rooftop photovoltaic. So the energy, electric energy coming from the sun. And there are also some conducted studies in Nusa Penida, Sumbawa, and Sumba area. In Nusa Penida, it is planned to be electric vehicle island. Nusa Penida is a small island near to Bali, and this is an island with a high potential of tourism. And this is some development in the charging station, the plug charging system. And the current development, they also innovate the charging system using the vehicle to grid or V2G charging system. The background is like, first of all, average personal vehicle in the US travel on the road is only only around 5% of the time. And the rest is sitting in the home garage of parking lots for the whole rest of the day. And statistics show that passenger vehicles are parked idle about 20 to 22 hours. And the normal driving time passenger of vehicle is about 2 to 4 hours per day. So based on this fact, actually the usage time of the personal vehicle is only 5% during the day. The rest is only parking. This is the idea of introducing this vehicle to grid system. The concept first introduced by Violet Compton of the Delaware University in the US. The goal was the electric vehicle owners charging their cars to provide peak power to the battery that is in low load with low electricity price. Normally, this is during the low consumption or low supply of electric in the grid, and discharging the vehicles in the peak load. So they will get also money if they have higher load capacity in the battery, and it will discharge to the grid system. So the vehicle owners can make a significant benefit of this V2G project. A current project of the vehicle to grid or V2G, so as sun to vehicle or S2V, and vehicle to infrastructure or V2I is in the US, in the UK, France, Denmark, in Europe, in Tokyo, Japan, and also in the Netherlands. And based on this challenge that we are together with INCI try to make a research about inductive power transfer. There are two approaches of inductive power transfer or IPT, namely static charging, high power stationary charging, and dynamic charging. This dynamic charging is our focus research for public transport, namely bus in Indonesia. And the benefit of static charging in comparison to dynamic charging, so is high power levels, convenience, maintenance free, solid state, weatherproof, less efficient than conductive. But benefit of the dynamic charging increase the distance travel, economic security, relieve range anxiety, adds convenience, reduce battery, and increase battery life. Comparable with the internal combustion engine, it's comparable and cheaper than battery of electric vehicle. So the current situation is the electric vehicle manufacturers, in average, they produce electric vehicle which can drive around 40 miles. This is the average. Yeah. Some company at the moment they are producing cars like Tesla up to 600 miles. However, this is the test the test value of the mileage of the electric vehicle. However, it depends on the traffic situation, the density of the traffic, as well as the weather. And in our country, in Southeast Asia, I think it will be more challenging. The traffic density is high, as well as the weather related to the tropical weather. It's the people tend to use air conditioning, and some research reports that the actual driving distance of the electric vehicles only around 70% from the claim of the manufacturer. And the idea of dynamic charging also developed. So we call it electrified road or e-road, which gives the option of dynamic charging as wireless or VPT charging or conductive charging. The VPT charging is embedded induction or magnetic resonance parts in the road pavement or railway track. And conductive charging using the overhead conductive or catenary, like in the rolling stock or train, ground conductive or capacitive electrical umbrellas, as you can see in this picture. And for the road pavement technology, for electrified road, they are cast in situ concrete pavement, and we can see here the wireless charging is embedded and also cast in situ inside the concrete pavement. There are different types of these techniques, and also some of my colleagues in the TU Munich, Asia, in Singapore, they are working a lot, and also they have a prototype for this system, which will be applied in Singapore. And the electrified road actually is not something new. The idea started around 1980s for the path test track. This is the path system for the bus. And up to date, there are many development, not only for the bus, but also for the train. And for electrified road or e-road, they are still a big challenge and problem areas to be solved for induction power transfers, namely the development of appropriate roadway infrastructure, pavement infrastructure, and integration of induction power transfer components, because this component is very sensitive, and also due to the traffic load, it should be guaranteed that the traffic load will not destroy the IPT components. And also there are fragile ferrite materials which should stand against the mechanical traffic and environmental loadings, protection of high voltage electric power against water, and this is a big challenge also in Indonesia, like during the rainy season in the big city in Indonesia, there's a high potential of flood. Also, increase durability and reduce risk of malfunction of road pavement itself. We have to guarantee that the road pavement function should be in a proper way, although we install the induction power transfer components. And then the challenge to increase the service lifetime of pavement structure installed with the induction power. And at the moment, the efficiency of the inductive power transfer for dynamic charging is increased, and the power transfers can reach up to 85%. So this is really promising for the future development of dynamic charging for electric vehicles. And also in some country, they are developed the electrically smart mode, which combine the renewable energy, for instance, from the solar panel from the sun, and also beside the roadway, and there is a special line for wireless charging. This is especially for the public transport, bus. So this is become the smart grid electric generating road and inductive dynamic charging road. And some other research, like in Israel, they develop also using the piezoelectric to gain or harvest the electricity from the motion of the vehicle on a pavement structure. So combining the system to harvest the electric energy from the renewable energy and to charge the public transport system vehicles. And dynamic charging infrastructure development has some key challenge of research to get the cost-effective infrastructure design, which is able to deliver efficient electrical power transfer and suitable types of construction. Some of my colleagues in Singapore, they developed the pavement using the fiber mesh, because the conventional using the steel bar as reinforced for the concrete pavement can reduce the efficiency of induction power transfer, and also integration and incorporation of electric charging technology into the practical road and railway infrastructure, and sustainable development of traffic infrastructure, good functionality and cost-effective maintenance management over the lifetime of the road, pavement, and railway track. And to harvest renewable energy, the huge source of renewable energy, for instance, solar energy for electrified road or train. And this is still a big challenge in traffic infrastructure, as I mentioned before, to find the best solution, and also without reduce the pavement performance, also the pavement function. So because we install the IPT device inside the road pavement, it will reduce the strength and durability. And this is the task to provide effective infrastructure which can have function like a conventional pavement system, as well as to protect and give space for the IPT device. And our research on electric vehicle technology, we focus on five research innovation priorities, namely battery integrity and safety system. And fortunately, today, the center of battery manufacturer has been built, and also supported by the government of Indonesia in the University UNS in Solo. Also, electric bus for student faculty, shuttle transportation, which is developed by the University of Diponegoro in Semarang, Central Java, and A-Track, electric vehicle for postal delivery, and also tricycle. The prototype has been built by the Technological Institute of Bandung in Bandung. Also for rail, like rail transit, LRT capsule, the prototype and the test track are built in Subang in West Java, and unfortunately the project was stopped because limited of fund. So the part of infrastructure development, static dynamic induction charging system, was not go further. So was not going further. This project was funded by USAID for 3 years, but unfortunately, after 1 year, there was a different policy during the research, and they not continuing the static and dynamic industrial charging research. And another research on electric vehicle technology, which is patented by the team, is the decoupled vehicles. The idea is demand responsive vehicles. So the train, in this case, can couple and decouple based on the traffic demand, and the lower infrastructure costs, because normally in the big city, the light rail transit, they are using the elevated system. The higher load is during the dead load or when the train stop. So to give more support on elevated system on the station and less support, so you can see the distance of the pillars of this track is more in the station and less on the other side of the track. And this is the aim, that we can reduce the track of the cost of the track, and also to get more efficient and effective operation of the light rail. And going to the next part of the innovation in mobility for the future transportation is intelligent transportation, which we are working more at the moment in this year and also for the upcoming years. So ITS is application of computing, information, and communication technology for vehicle and real-time network management that involves the movement of people and goods. So it can be said that ITS architectures involve sensor and detectors, big database, as well as data processing, real-time transport analysis, modeling, and computing. Also, it includes artificial intelligence, control system, automation, navigation, as well as data. So this intelligent transportation will combine the application of computing, information, and communication technologies, as well as the big data system, artificial intelligence, control system, automation, and so on. So the example of technologies associated with ITS is the traffic junction controller. So the sensor or the detectors are the traffic camera, and then the data of counting vehicles, vehicle density, vehicle speed, flow speed, or occupancy of the line will be sent to the computing system and will define the better strategy to manage the traffic flow. And relation between response time, reliability of communication, and ITS application. The shorter the times is for the ITS application in the accident prevention, for instance, collision prevention. But for the real-time traffic information, it should not be really real time, which can be delay or there's a latency. However, in the macro system, it is acceptable. So it's correlated also with the communication system using the wireless LAN, optical, fiber optic, or the 4G, or in the near future, probably 5G generation of communication. And ITS application, this is different application of ITS in the categorical group. Advanced travel to give information to the traveler. Advanced transportation management system to manage the transportation system. And also for transportation pricing system for improving the public transport system. Also in the near future, they are working on the vehicle infrastructure integration and vehicle-to-vehicle integration. This is in relation with autonomous vehicles. And at the moment, we are working in this field of advanced transportation management system, and we are working together with the City of Jakarta, Municipality of City of Jakarta, and the master plan for developing ITS for Jakarta is in different groups, but for this year and the next 5 or 10 years, at the moment, the ITS program will be focused on the traffic management service. And smart intersection is the challenge, which using technology to expand the use and creates link between cameras and sensor to allow vehicles able to see through around buildings, walls. So it connects also vehicle to everything, or V2X communication to the infrastructure as well as to the environment. And the evolution of advanced traffic control system, there are up to 4 generations has been defined This is from the Federal Highway Association in the US, but this is in 2017 by FHWA. But however, now you're going to more. There's no clear definition for the fifth generation, but it's more than fourth generation. In the literature, there are no fifth generation at the moment, but the current progress of the evolution of ITMS is going to the fifth generation. The fifth generation, it's called Intelligent Traffic Control System, or ITCS. It's computer vision-based sensor, real-time traffic monitoring system, AI, predictive traffic control, edge computing system. So not only cloud computing system, which edge computing, because the main barrier using the computer vision in this term is using the camera, is the transfer data. The video streaming takes consume very high amount of data, and we try to using edge computing, so pre-processing of the video streaming before going to the server. And then smart network or traffic control system, so not only single area of traffic control system, but coordinated control system, and semi or full automated signal controller. So based on the sensor going to the server, which is installed with AI, then the signal head or the traffic light on the field can be controlled semi or full automated system. And this is the concept going further. Like now, is the challenge is to use less sensors and more to AI. So not we tend to reduce the number of sensors and more implement AI for the processing and augmented reality and virtual reality and digital twin traffic. So I give a line here because this is a still concept, but it's starting to be developed, and there's no clear definition after the fourth generation at the moment, and probably it will be the sixth generation of the intelligent traffic control system. But what we are working now is to upgrade in Jakarta from the second and third generation and going further to fourth and even more, maybe close to the fifth generation of ITCS. And the basic component of urban traffic prediction, the main feature of the next generation of traffic control system is the prediction system. In this case, there should be AI implemented, because predictive system, we should have the traffic pattern, which is defined from the historical mobility data, and then it's trained in the AI system. And when the real-time mobility data comes or fit to the system, then the system can predict what will happen in the next 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1 hour, and probably more. And this is the architecture of the urban traffic prediction. Basically is from the sensor. Loop detector is installed in the pavement, which is the conventional detector to count the number of vehicles, also to get the data of vehicle speeds. Or now using the traffic camera, analytic camera, which can get also the same data more efficient, and then combining with GPS data as well as social media data. And this data will generate the traffic pattern or traffic behavior. And then when the real-time data is fed to the system, we can predict what will happen and do some scenario to avoid works conjunction, for instance, to manage, to help to make decision for the traffic scenario, for the traffic manager, as well as to reduce the risk of accident. And therefore, in this system, approach to traffic prediction, it includes AI algorithm. And here, we'll be using machine learning or deep learning to predict the traffic situation in the future. And secondly, this is going to the 5th generation of the traffic control system. Augmented reality, as we can see, combining the data from streaming video with more information is normally with the running text or variable text, which give information about the situation of the data in the field. For instance, vehicle speeds, the lane occupancy, the state of the signal controller, and so on, and so on. And also, virtual reality traffic monitoring is still in concept. The difference with augmented reality is using the reality and then we embed the information. But in the virtual reality, we develop the virtual model of the physical model in the reality into the system and mimic or mirror the system and to give more information about the situation and do some treatment into the traffic or the traffic management system to get better performance. And this is the new concept, digital twin traffic management system, which is at the moment the real system of this doesn't exist. And last week I met with some provider or developer of the traffic controller and junction management system. They informed me that they will develop this system in 2030, but it will going into this direction in the future. And the idea is digital twin is digital version of physical objects or process. Basically, this idea coming from the process of modeling the system in the manufacturers in the wind turbine to get monitoring system of the process or production and using the replication of the physical system or reality into the digital system. So digital twin is object of process based on two-way exchange data between digital and physical entities in a real time and to help the decision making. And in transportation can be conceptualized as traffic data collected from different sensor, physical system, connected vehicle, sensor, traffic signal, and traffic monitoring camera to create the copy of the system in the cyberspace. However, as a traffic engineer, it's not really important at the moment to model the physical world into the really digital replication in the cyber environment. Like the 3D system really detailed, but it's rather it's more important to focus on application to build a system which provide real-time and time-sensitive transportation system service and make more use of the embedded sensor system. So the main characteristic of digital twin, they are digital model of physical reality or cyber physical system, real-time data transfer and analysis process between cyber physical system, as well as interaction of two-direction exchange data between cyber. So there are interaction data between the cyber and physical system. And this is the concept in the next 10 years. And Also, some provider has ongoing research and development for visualization of digital twin for transportation. And this is our works in building digital twin. So we get the data from the sensors, camera, and then we project in the digital environment. And there are still a lot of challenge to build this system. And this is only in the beginning stage, the early stage of digital twin in our research group, namely to get the data from the sensor and to project. But however, the characteristic of digital twin, they are two-way direction of communication. So later on, it will be further developed to control the traffic management system also from this digital twin environment. And real-time traffic data monitoring should be fed, so not the static data. And later on, for transportation system, we think that it's more important to develop the early stage is to have real-time traffic data, which can be fed in the digital twin system, and then later on to have two-way direction communication between the cyber and physical system, and later on, which is less important, probably to build or to model the reality into really detailed virtual reality in the cyber. So this is the initial stage. We are using Python programming to process the data from the sensor and then to project situation in the reality into the digital system. And at the moment, it looks like really promising because the processing can be reduced because the lack of the ability of the computer. So we are using only simple, only one single vehicle. And this is our collaboration with the provincial government of Jakarta, like to upgrade the existing traffic light system and also traffic controller system, which still use the second and the third generation of ITMS into the fourth or going more further even to the fifth generation of the traffic controller system. And the difficulties and the challenge is the existing system has different architecture. Probably you're familiar with the SCAD system, SCUD system from Canada and Australia, which is used worldwide. And to upgrade this system into the intelligent traffic control system, ITCS. And this will be our long development and long research to solve the or to make the traffic performance in Jakarta better. And this is the development plan of ITMS in Jakarta using the edge computing system as well as server with AI and also several controls and sensors. And the first generation of SCADs, it has limitation. However, it's still working up to date. The main limitation is the latency or delay from getting the traffic data, and the process itself is still manual. So the traffic manager will already set some scenarios and will set the scenario based on the experience or based on the observation from different traffic states. And the fourth generation ITS, namely the adaptive and also the coordinated, is using sensors of camera and more sensors, LIDAR, radar, and infrared, and so on. And this system, smart traffic, based on the input camera, they can estimate what will happen and give suggestion to the traffic manager. And the fifth generation will be like semi-full automated system with using the AI to get the data from the real time, also to learn or to train the traffic pattern from the historical data, then have several scenario of different traffic patterns, and they can do predictive model of the traffic. And also to in a different junction, which is in the junction road like this, for the green wave, so the among this traffic light will be in coordination. So if you get green light in this, the first junction and the next junction will continue and so on. And the rest also for the VIP or emergency vehicle preemption or VIP vehicle routing to give priority to emergency transport to movement for safe passage, life, and the current implementation of the system, normally they use the GPS system, infrared system, and radio communication. And what we will try in Jakarta is we are using computer vision, but this is still pilot project. And we are using camera, and based on the plate number, license number, detect the white list of the plate number, which can be given priority in the VIP routing. However, next year in January, we will try the system to detect the white list plate number among the other vehicle plate numbers. And some challenge is the limited area of vision out on camera, also the distance between camera and the traffic junction will need more sensors, and also very high density of traffic on peak hours in Jakarta. It is very challenging because the plate number probably cannot be seen from the camera because it's covered by the dense traffic from the vehicle in front of another vehicles. Also, we have tried also the system in cooperation with another country. They try in Istanbul that incidental or sudden change of traffic signal plan can worsen traffic flow on other arm of intersection. And also related to VIP vehicle speed and direction, because only based on the camera detectors we can get our information about the VIP license number, but we don't know in the junction, in the four-arm junction, for instance, where direction they are going, only based on this camera. So it should be supported by another device. But this is what we will implement in the end of this year, and also in the pilot project and under development. Hopefully that it will work in the very high and density of traffic. But if it doesn't work or it's not inefficient, then the classical system will be applied using the GPS also.
Excuse
And
me,
the next,
Dr. Pugu,
yeah.
about 3 more minutes, please.
Okay. And the next implementation of ETS is for the next year is electronic road pricing, and electronic law enforcement has been implemented in some city, also in Banjarmasin. And video camera application, this is our research as well, our focus for the vehicle detection system using computer vision. And some previous research has been published, for instance, the vehicle detection to compare different algorithms to get the best and effective solution. And this is simple comparison, not simple comparison, the simple presentation of the result of the comparison between different algorithms, as well as the challenge that during the low light condition, because during the daylight, it can be said that at the moment the accuracy is very high, up to 95%, but during the night, it's still a challenge. And this is our publication in computer vision related to not only vehicle detection, but also road crash detection using computer vision, the application of AI, neural network, and so on. So the challenge and innovation of transportation system will be, I will make it fast like data and AI system application, but there's also some disadvantages of AI application in transportation, and some conclusion that the trends of the development of transportation technology will be in line with advanced information and communication technology, and implementing ITS will improve the public transportation operation and safety, and also the keys of the ITS development is advancement in the detector technology. At the moment, there are a lot of development in computer vision using camera, speed data transfer, database system, computing, real-time computing system, effective communication, application of AI, and so on. And in developing countries, the ITS application are relatively early and lacking, and it's more promising to implement electric vehicle transportation in the initial stage for the mass transportation system and economy. Thank you very much for the time and the opportunity. I hope you like and enjoy the presentation. I give the time to Mr. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Puguh, for giving us a broad view about the future of transportation technology development, especially electric vehicle. This is somewhat trending in Indonesia right now, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we still got about 10 minutes for question and answer session. So please, if there is anyone from the participant who would like to ask a question, you may write down or you may raise your hand using the feature to ask directly to our speaker, please. Okay, there is one question. Excuse me, sir. I'm Muhammad Naufar Rahmani from Lambung Mangkurat University. The question is, why in some countries electric mobility is still rarely used, while in other countries it is widely used? Thank you, sir. Maybe just the first question first, please.
Thank you very much for the questions. Very good question. But because the transformation from the conventional internal combustion engine using the fossil fuel energy into the electric vehicle, as well, the transition is still in the initial steps. Some countries, like in Europe, they are planning to shift from the conventional internal combustion engine into electric vehicle also in the next 30 or 20 years, 20-30 years. The question is because to provide the system of the electric vehicle is not only on the vehicle itself, but also the supporting infrastructure. In this case, the simple support from the infrastructure is the charging system. And as we know, there are still lack of facility in the charging system for the public, for instance, and also in comparison to other countries. And secondly is the big challenge in the price as well. The electric vehicle at the moment is more expensive because the battery price is 60% of the system is on the battery and the electric vehicles. And also the driving distance is still a big challenge. And in our country, in Southeast Asia or tropical country, with the condition of traffic, which is very dense and high traffic, a lot of traffic jam, and the driving distance of electric vehicle will be reduced. If you think about the private cars. So we should also prepare the infrastructure for supporting the electric vehicle system, as well as to see to make better the performance of the traffic. Like our main problem is traffic jam. The idea of shifting the internal combustion engine into electric vehicle in the country, it was discussed very long, and I think we think that the proper solution for the initial stage is for micro mobility, for scooters, for instance, or for reducing the number of the motorcycles, as well as for public transportation. However, for the step in the private car, we should reduce first the number of private cars, and because a lot of problem with this, and also to provide infrastructure for charging. I think this is why the reason, in comparison to the other developed countries, the use of electric vehicle in terms of private vehicles or cars, we are still behind this country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pugu, for the answer. The second question from Rizal Hanif, Lambung Mangkurat University. One simple question, he say, can we reduce an accident occurring due to an electric car less than a regular car, or reducing the emission of CO2? But I think that using EV is more expensive than using traditional vehicle. Our government should be considered about that too. So can you give some solutions about that?
Thank you very much. Very good question. First, we can reduce accident due to electric car less than regular car. Yes, because the electric cars, the idea electric cars as well as autonomous vehicles. Why people think about autonomous vehicles? Because implementing ITS as well autonomous vehicles using sensor technology, AI system, and so on, the driving behavior will be impact like the people, like traffic accident. The main cause of traffic accident is human error. To reduce the risk of accident coming from the human error, that's why people think about autonomous vehicle, which is more controlled by the electronic technology. So, for instance, the distance between the car can be set into the safety distance, speed as well, and also the safety. And this is why that the electric vehicle and also autonomous vehicle supported by intelligent transportation system in the future will be more promising in the reducing of the car accident risk. And secondly, regarding your question, reducing of emission of CO2, it depends the source of energy. If the source of energy of electric vehicle coming from renewable energy and clean energy, yes. But if the source of electrical energy coming from, for instance, also from the fossil fuel energy, from coal, for instance, then it's only change the location of the source of CO2, not coming from the vehicle itself, but coming from the production of the energy. So this is why in line with the development of electric vehicles, they also try to use renewable energy for the system, and this is to shift the system from the fossil fuel energy system into renewable and to gain the cleaner transportation system. And EV is more expensive than using traditional vehicle. Yes, because there are still main challenge in EV. Not on in the electric vehicle itself, the battery is very expensive. The limitation in the driving distance, as I mentioned before. Also, Why it's expensive? Because it's a huge initial investment, because we have to support also not only the electric vehicle, also the infrastructure. And therefore, as I mentioned in the conclusion before, the strategy for the developing country, we try to implement the push-pull policy, namely to reduce the number of riding using the private cars and implementing clean and also better solution for public transport. So there are two ways, not only implement the electric vehicles in the public transportation system, also to try to shift the people to use public transportation and to reduce the usage of private cars. I think this is the initial stage in the developing country to our initial solution to implement the electric vehicle. It was a very nice discussion with some researchers from South Asia, from Thailand, Philippines, as well as from China, that it can be said that to eliminate the motorcycle internal combustion electric, it will be hard. So it's better to shift the internal combustion engine of fossil fuel energy motorcycle into electric motorcycle. And this is because of the behavior in the Southeast Asia and some Asian countries. We cannot move or from using the motorcycle. Thank you very much for the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pugu. Maybe this is the last question from Mr. Wahyu Indraman from Diskominfo Banjarbaru. I'm interested in the digital twin concept. The question is, what are the major challenges in the future of digital twin development? Yeah, very good. Because digital twin at the moment is still in conceptual stage. And the main challenge is to build itself the system, because for transportation itself, the scope is very large in comparison for industry or machine process, wind turbine, wind generator. Transportation is a huge or large scale of process, and this process some part cannot be controlled or randomly happen. For instance, people going to from where to where. First of all, the challenge, if we would like to go into the real digital twin system in the future, probably the first challenge is how many sensors, camera, for instance, will be installed in the whole city to get this reality system to model the physical system. And secondly is to build environmental of digital 3D virtual, which is mimic the process of what happened in the reality. And the third one, as a traffic engineer, actually, it looks like digital twin in the transportation system looks like very sophisticated technology, like in the science fiction movie. However, as traffic engineer, visualization into reality is not really important at the moment. We prefer to have more information, and as traffic engineer, information using color counter, for instance, information using text, information using augmented reality, it's more important rather than to build the detailed, real cyber model of what happened in the physical world. So my opinion is, first, we are in the digital twin, like we are going to implement more AI, so reduce the number of camera or sensors, and then to have the real-time traffic data communication. This is the second requirement or characteristic of digital twin. And the third time will be the interactive, which is can visualize
the condition of traffic in the cyber, but the most important thing is to have two-way direction between the cyber and the physical reality and in a real time. So for instance, in the traffic junction, there are sensor of camera. It can project the real situation of this junction into the digital twin, and also in the real-time situation, so directly process. And then what we can do is in the digital environment, we can give more information about what happened in the traffic situation, as well as send back the comment, for instance, to the traffic signal head for the signal plan and give priority, something like that. I think it's more important than to really model the digital replication of the reality into really virtual reality, like in the science fiction movie. Probably later on in the next 30 years, it will goes into the direction, but it will go. But at the moment, I think it is more important to have the real-time system which can accommodate the real-time traffic data as well as the function of information and interaction from the cyber system to the physical system to sensor the traffic state as well as the vice versa direction. Thank you very much, Mr. Wahyu.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pugu, for the answer. I would like to apologize to all other participants, but because of our limitation time for the session, I would like to conclude this session for the second keynote speaker for today, Dr. Ing Pugu Budi Warokoso. The main topic for the second session is the innovation of mobility itself, which is the main challenge is the infrastructure that we have right now is still very limited. So maybe in 20 or 30 years, we will see the development come in hand. And I would like to express my greatest gratitude to Dr. Ing Pugu Budi Prakoso because allow us to have your session this morning. And this is the end of our session. I would like to conclude and say thank you very much again to Dr. London and Dr. Pugu. We would like to give you the big applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would like to give back the session to the master of the ceremony. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Afif Mako.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pugu.
All right. The last session is over. Thank you very much to Mr. London Ocampo and Dr. Ing Pugu Budi Prakoso, STMSC, for sharing your knowledge to us.
And thank you to the moderator, Mr. Muhammad Afif Ma'ruf, for leading the last session.
Moving to the next agenda, we're entering the paper session. The paper session will be divided into 5 breakout rooms. For the paper presenters, please join the breakout rooms that has been assigned to you according to the rundown. And to all presenters are suggested to use the name format, namely presenters underscore room number underscore name.
To all participants, you can freely choose to join one of the breakout rooms. Each room will be guided by the moderators. For the first room, will be led by Insinyur Sahril Taufik, MSc Engineering PhD. For the second room, will be led by Insinyur Atika Wulandari, STMT. The third room will be led by Mr. Budi Suswanto, STMT PhD. The fourth room will be led by Insinyur Wiku Adiwicaksana Krasna, STM Engineering. And the fifth room will be led by Mrs. Adita Utami, STMT. For the moderators, please join the breakout rooms that has been assigned to you according to the rundown. Thank you. The paper session is over. Thanks to all paper presenters to share your knowledge to us, and thanks to the moderator, Insinyur Wiku Adi Wicaksana Krasna, STM Eng, Insinyur Sahril Taufik, MSc Eng, PhD, Mr. Budi Suswanto, STMT, PhD, Insinyur Atika Wulandari, STMT, Mrs. Adita Utami, STMT, for leading the session.
After this, we are having 5 minutes break. To all participants, please stay on the Zoom meeting because we are going to announce the winner of the best presenters.
The fifth.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since the paper session is over, we would like to thank and express our deepest appreciation to the paper presenters for their hard work in making and presenting their papers.
Moving to the next agenda, we will announce the best presenter for the paper session of the second ISCEER 2022. The fifth place goes to
Nah, itu tertutup.
Clairino Theophilus Stewart Armando Galak.
The fourth place belongs to Mariama.
The third place goes to Junjun Abido.
The second place belongs to Muhammad Afif Ma'ruf.
The first place belongs to Ati Surya Abdi. Congratulations for Ati Surya Abdi as the best presenter for the paper session, the second ISCEER 2022.
And congratulations for all the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the closing speech by the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Faculty of Engineering, Profesor Mailana Dharmaputra, ST, MSc, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, the keynote speakers, and the invited speaker, as well as the committee of this symposium to contribute this symposium. Secondly, we also appreciate to the speakers and the presentation from the speakers during this symposium are very interesting. It was proven by the question from the participants and the discussion that took place during this seminar. Thirdly, we also say congratulations to the winner of the presenters involved in this conference. Finally, although the age of the international symposium is still young, hopefully the seminar will make real contribution from our institution, the University of Lambung Mangkurat, especially the Faculty of Engineering, to the South Kalimantan region, as well as Indonesia in general. And most importantly, the duties of the committee, which are the first, the committee hopefully can reorganize a similar event in the following year. Secondly, the committee should complete the duty, which is to publish the article that have been submitted to the proceeding to be indexed by Scopus. Once again, I would like to thank everyone involved in this ceremony of the symposium with saying Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. The second International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research was legally closed. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Melana Dharmaputra, ST, MSc, PhD, for the closing speech and officially close the second ISCEER 2022.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, by delivering the closing speech, that's end the second ISCEER 2022.
And also, for the participants that haven't registered yet, please to fill the registration form on the links provided in the chat room. For the information, all participants are required to fill in 80% minimum of the registration form and the evaluation form in order to get the e-certificate of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, we, on behalf of the committee of the second ISCEER 2022, would like to express our hardest gratitude to all of our excellent speakers and moderators who have spent their time with us today to share benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will increase the dignity of our nation.
And also, we would like to thank you to all participants for your participation, your kind attention, your response, and your support, so this symposium could be held very well. This last today for our symposium. I'm Muhammad Ilyas Malik.
And I am Andra Berliana Maharani. See you on the next International Symposium on Civil Engineering and Environmental Research 2023. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya Pak. Sini. Sini. Saya juga, sana juga boleh Pak. Mau di sana Pak? Atau mau di sini? Oh iya. Pak, monggo Pak.
Oh ya Pak, makasih. Pak duduk Pak sini. Pak siapa Pak? Desen. Bayarnya bulan Desember. Oh, takutnya.